morning, everyone, and welcome to another Tuesday morning live stream. So, I know we have been playing quite a bit of Stationeers, and yes, my hyperfixation and the way my ADHD brain works has had a big part to play in that. But, hear me out here. We have actually been working on making progress, so we're jumping back in. I think I'm going to look at an alternate power source. I think the coal system is going to work, but
we appreciate the folks
we're too much on the brink right now. So
New York and their customers for supporting our Seaberg 1000.
That's kind of where we're at. Like, I don't know what else to say on the matter. I know I've got a lot of different issues on the go right now that I'm trying to solve. Cooling the gases being one of them. I'm thinking if I switch gears to get the power plant more stabilized, because we're still not producing enough, I might be able to get the cooling under control as well. Because I think one of the big issues we're running into right now is quite a few of the nights we're losing power. But that's kind of our plan of attack, more or less. So, welcome in, everyone. I do see we have a Crayon in chat. Yeah. Crayon, I just threw this up in the mod chat, but you were gone? I don't recall you saying anything about, like, you going away on holidays with your family or anything like that, or that's, like... But how you been, man? Again? I thought you just moved not that long before that.
Oxygen critical.
I thought you guys had just moved. You had the back shed as your computer room. Or was that move and I just thought it happened way sooner? Moved from rented place to own place. Oh.
Hydration critical.
Okay. It's still pretty bad, though, that I knew nothing. Like, I was unaware of that. So wait. Was the rented place the one that you had your computer room in the shed for, and you were looking at streaming, or was it's not the place you guys just moved into? Damn it, there's a sandstorm. There's no point going outside. Okay, so if we're gonna build a better power plant, we're going to need... See, this has always been the power storage room. But I'm thinking that we need to ditch that idea. So we also kind of need to lay it out better for the power scripts and shit like that. Problem is, I think those have to be placed on a foundation, and if I want to wire stuff up nicely, I don't want them on a fucking foundation. Actually, wait. If I put them at the front of a foundation, I can make this section here a walk space, which would make it easier for wiring. Hey, that is an idea. How's our power production going right now with the storm going? $8 kilowatts, I mean, it's helping ease the pain, I guess. Yeah, it's helping. Kaboom. Hi, darkness. Okay, so we really need to fix the organization of the station. Like, I've gotten so backlogged as well with everything. You know what's gonna happen when I keep fighting it? Because I can. Oh, what? We were already pondering the idea yesterday. What if we just did more engines? Set up some more engines so we can push more of the gas through to generate power. Four engines are set. Then might be able to help. So with that, we can get some more heat We're getting more power out of that gas that's back there. In theory. Actually, we might just be able to get more heat too, because more gas will be processed, which means it'll be able to collect more heat.
Oxygen critical.
Which then heats up the... Because more heat means more power to the engines, which then means more power to the base, because the engines are producing more power. We have an idea. My face is gonna lose tracking for a moment, but... Feels like my work boots are chewing the side of my ankle. I think that was all I needed. That was more than I needed, but whatever. Powered vents. Alright, we'll pull that. Oh, then I think I need my iron. With the iron, I can make a couple more canisters to then fill with the volatiles. To then prime the system. Clone counter's not broken, you're broken. I love how that just kind of like gets yeeted out. Because let's think here. Like, I know this is a big ask, but if this ends up working like the way I want it to work, then this could be wonderful. Like that gas is still like 500 degrees Fahrenheit, or 500 degrees Fahrenheit, Jesus, 500 degrees Celsius. I don't fucking use freedom units. I just keep seeing shit in freedom units. Okay, close that off. I don't know if I actually did call them down yet or not, but we're calling them down. I think I am ending up with too much. Well, wait. No, there's no I think of it. We are ending up with too much heat at the other end, so. We gotta build the system to help it cool as well. Even more than it already does. Goddamn wireless battery's not charging at this range. Okay, what do you got for us, sir? You're a gas trader. Cool. Buy all of those. Really? That good, huh, Tall? Should be good. Not even gonna bother with the volatiles. Actually, if that is liquor gases, Steam Workshop, I need you. Let's put you to 5. That's supposed to be liquid, so. And liquid's coming very, very cold, so. How much charge do I have in my batteries? Not a bad amount, considering. So I can get away with doing that. They might fire soon. Which is fine. The system is designed for if it doesn't do the thing properly. That's set to no new gases should be hitting the system, so theoretically I can get away with just doing that, and that should stay stable. I lost my knees. Fucking hell, Tall. That has me more speechless than like a 50 bomb. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ. You know what? I think it's definitely time to see if one of my commands actually works. I think this is about as good a time as any. Because, I think this calls for
Hunger caution.
And yes, that is the command anyone can use. Exclamation point hug. Like, because there's not anything you can say on that. Like, fuck. Dude. You know what? Definitely okay. Definitely here, guys. Like, guys. Can we get some blankets over here? And no, put the 2-liter tub of ice cream back. We need the industrial size thing. Like, come on, guys. Fuck it. Don't even get the ice cream truck. Tall needs get the fucking ice cream truck over here. That's what we need. Come on, guys. No, what? You over there. Can you make a trip to the LCBO? Just anything. Everything and anything. Damn. This man needs some... Fuck, man. Like, that... That's... Yeah. Jokes aside, like, that's... It's... That's fucking... That's... Yeah. Oh, fuck. Don't. Tall. Go. That's like... Don't worry about the fucking streams, dude. Like... Fuck. The streams will be here when you get back. That's... Okay, I think the system's cooled down enough. Okay, it looks like it's 2 units, and then it would be that. Oh. Okay, let's see here. These can all get turned off. Oh, these are actually kind of staying it. Cool. Okay. I didn't think those would actually be... I'm gonna pull up all this cabling too. Boom. Nope. Drill. Right, I'm gonna need electrical parts. Need enough space to get in there with the cable. Or do I want to give them a little more space than that? I don't know. I mean, with that set up like that... do save on insulated piping, so yeah, not necessarily a bad thing. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Hunger critical. Waste tank caution.
The fuck. Bum. Right. Waste tank full. Empty that bitch. So my hope here is that I'm going to get way more power output. Because I might not necessarily get more power per engine, but I'm hoping to get more power overall. That's now all in there. Really? Actually, no, that works. Guess I'll just set it up like this then. Pull out that piece. And we'll do that. Yeah, there's like next to no heat in that pipe right now.
Thank you for listening to Seabird1000.com. to support our station, check out our web store on the site. We also
Okay,
have a store.
so
Search Seaburg Music Library, Inc.
now I need electrical parts, and I need 2 per unit. Really, I need to... One tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks, 4. Print off a few of them. Yeah, my volatile filling is out by the volatile tank. Go. Temperatures are heating back up. Good. Cool, we got a sack of 20.
Oxygen critical.
That's gonna be more than what we needed, but make sure that system out there is already running. Helps if I have the release valve open to just be dumping the heat as much as I don't want to, because that's a lot of really good gas. Hey Nev, thanks for the lurk. We can only hope that this is going to allow us to have better power production. much volatiles do we have back here? Yeah, we got quite a bit. Okay. That's gonna be a minute. Darkness, stop trying to distract Nev. He's probably got editing to do. I love the elevator music in this airlock. Look, Rex, squirrel. Where? Space squirrel. Do 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 do. I might even end up working more on the rocket. But, I mean, we'll see. Wait, is this actually... It is. This is actually already letting gas through? Oh, I don't want to blow the lines, so that's why I'm working from the back up. With any luck, I hopefully can have the system work properly. Something tells me I'm not going to get so lucky, though. I wonder if that's just working off of the heat of the gas that's currently in those tanks. Because those tanks are a little warm right now. Yeah, whatever. What's the worst that could happen? It explode. And this one chat's just like, no, that's not the worst that can happen. It's the funniest. Well, I got that system rapidly firing. See, that's still a good 500. So now for one, we go in and tweak the pump to push a little more gas through. That will help push more power out as the system starts doing a cycle. I think the amount of volatiles increased in the exhaust flow. So remember when I was questioning if I would set the pipes on fire? The good news is this should just be a matter of the oxygen in the atmosphere with the volatiles coming out of the pipe. It shouldn't be really backburning. It's fine. Actually, funny enough, this isn't a fail. This is actually kind of working as intended. So if this was going in through the pipe, like if this wasn't coming out of this release valve right now that is on, because I'm having heat issues, so I'm actually taking what is coming off of here, I'm just dumping it to Atmo right now. That heat would be going into my gas, like into my system. Does make me think, though, I do need to kind of turn that off for a moment and maybe move that a little bit farther out so I'm not cooking my base as much, or at least burning any wires. So we'll turn that off for a moment. And we'll turn that off for a moment, which cut. Yeah, the moment the system does the biomass clean, it spikes up the amount of volatiles, which goes woof. That's the equivalent of a chimney that they set on fire at a factory. That's what we'll mark that as. There we go. That's a little bit of a safer spot for it. Then I don't burn cables. We don't talk about the fact that the gas line was right underneath it. And I mean, hey, good way to be able to find the base. Where's the base? Oh, I'll look for the fireball. Now the question is that going to self-ignite again? I know, right? Why would they do something like that? They could have that spectacular heater down below. Depending on how rich that gets, that's gonna self-ignite again. I can see it. Yeah, that should be able to self-ignite.
Mission critical.
Right, this doesn't work as well because it's just the... Yeah, no. However, looks like it's one of those cases where we do need to light the match. Really? There we go. Global warming. Mars could do with some global warming, to be fair. It doesn't have the atmosphere for it, but yes. See, the fact that this pipe here is still sitting at like 520 degrees makes me feel like I should be able to pull some more, put some more generators in here and probably pull a bit more of that heat. But also pretty. Here's the worst thing about this, though, and I really hope RocketWorks addresses this. How is this not radiating light? The only light over here is when I turn on my flashlight. I should be able to see quite a ways. Yep, I can see it. Okay, I know part of that whole idea behind that system was to collect those volatiles, but at the same time, oh. It can do the combustion, and it can do it well.
Oxygen critical.
Actually, that makes... Also, I should do a power check now. Because this will be only off those engines. 12.1 kilowatts. That's not anything to shy away from. And that's... And our base is requiring... We're almost net positive just off of the generators. That is ridiculous. Basically, if I got a little more heat into that system, I should be able to bump that up a little more. But how are my generators looking? I might be able to turn that pump up. If I can turn that pump up just that little bit more, get that little bit more heat, I'm less likely to have that system stall when it makes the charcoal. Yeah, no. Turn it down. Turn it down. We can't go up 10. $50 might be our kind of sweet spot. That's my person. Yeah. Not necessarily wrong there, Darkness. Yeah, that system's not. Kill it. Turn it off. Okay then. The two engines blew. I just swapped out. Okay. That's because I didn't turn them off first, so they didn't put the gas back. It should be fine. Yes, I did a Rex. We should be fine for a bit. I might want to set that up though so I can bleed some heat. Well, good thing I printed off that extra engine. What? Okay, volatiles is the best gas to work with on the Stirling engine. It's using that as a heat transfer gas. I wonder, because that's essentially what I'm trying to do with the cooling loop. And pollutant is one of the worst gases for the Stirling engine. I wonder if I should be hitting that with pollutant, or not pollutant, volatile. Because the way that's supposed to be working, to my understanding, is it's supposed to pull the gas out of one. Oh yes, you should only use volatiles for everything. Get Darkness, I'm not trying to build a fucking bomb. I know, it might sound like it is out there. Did I use up all my steel? No, it's over here. Okay, good. I'm trying to build a very functional base. The keyword trying. Right, I also need like 2 more tanks. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, what's the worst that can happen there? And I thought I had another tank kicking around somewhere. There we go. Now we come into this room, which is definitely a vacuum, so it should work. There we go. Both of those tanks are now empty. They can get repurposed. Because, you know, using a half-damaged tank is a smart choice. I like how it says, in a room, the Stirling engine needs an effective cooling. Guess what this base has never had? No, see, Darkness. It's all on brand. Because I try to do the smart things. Which means, if I succeed, that means I did it right. Put that there. That should help drop the temperature in there. Which means the pipe should stop groaning here soon? Hopefully.
On occasion,
It is pretty angry.
Southampton Dog, Eastern Long Island League, where all of your trusted professional training and care needs are available in the Hamptons. SouthamptonDog.com.
Hi, this is Eric Singer, drummer for Kiss. Listen with me to Seabird1000.com.
Yeah, at least one piece of pipe might break in that. Did something blow up? Yes and no. I did a dumb and forgot to turn off a couple engines when I was changing out the gas canisters because they were getting a little hot. I hear a lot of unhappy metal. That's because the system had to be shut off temporarily. It should be fixed here very shortly. I might get an initial scary jump up, but I think I will be fine with the rest of it. Insert that tank there. Turn that on. And that's gonna rapidly jump up. Which is going to start relieving pressure back here. Beautiful.
Caution.
There we go. See, it's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Now, we weren't going Lego movie there. Actually, no, I need, before I fire that side of it, which is going to send the heat out there, I need to make sure the outside is firing, because I can't afford to be blowing those engines. They do get a little expensive. Okay. I wonder, is this actually... Yeah, no, it's not rich enough back there. There we go. That should all start heating up nicely. There. I think we're good. And yeah, it's not quite. So that system's running out of power now. That's fine, that's on its own standalone grid, so... How are we still doing back here, though? I mean, we're still working on pulling out heat, so... How did that get to be a but what? That's clean. That's clean. That's clean. We blew a pipe back here at some point. Clean the line. Yeah, that whole system is contaminated, and I don't know when that would have occurred. I thought I had that fairly dialed in. Which begs the question of what happened. Well, for one, I didn't realize I forgot I had opened that, so that would have been filling for God only knows how long. So that right there probably is what did it. Hey, Bay! How's it going, dude? Okay, so that's part of it's going to take a hot minute, which means we're probably going to end up building up some heat in the system. God only knows how much pollutant I would have lost then, too. This system was a bust.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Hey, Viking. Maybe next thing we work on is essentially a cooling tower? Let me think. I mean, if we could work out a system that will keep in the negatives, it might work. Yeah, this looks like it's working properly. I can't do jumps of 10 anymore, so start dialing it in with how much of a difference does that make?
Hunger critical.
I mean, the next one would be to put most of my gas storage outside uninsulated. Ooh, okay. So the colder it is outside, the more power these kick out. So when it's minus 20 outside, these kick out. So they start countering the loss of power from the solar panels because they do more. Okay. Might have the sweet spot there. The fact that this whole area is like quite a bit warmer is kind of funny. Funny that in around there, it's like say that it's very, very warm. If I open that, what am I pulling through? I mean, it might work. It allows us to pull some of the gas through, but the problem with that is, Bay, right now one of my biggest issues is my base itself has been slowly cooking. And part of that has come from the power fluctuating again. That's why I went back to the engines and added another 4. When I have the system running like it should be, which is not using this vent here, I'm cooking my base. Which, speaking of, is this cleaned itself yet? No, it's still working on it. God only knows how much pollutant I lost with that. Let's see here. That line is... How are we looking over here? Beautiful. Okay, so that's right now... Technically that's coming in lower, so that should help cool. But I bet you if I close this, so I can actually harvest all the gases like I want to be doing. That pipe jumps up in temp. And back here, yep, starts jumping up massively. I am losing out on so much gas right now. I'm losing out on a big part of what makes this system, why I built the system. Missing out on so many volatiles. Not only that, I don't need to have those engines working at 110%. Like, they're already sitting there producing saying 14 kilowatts to a system that is only requiring 19. So I don't think I need to tweak that anymore.
Oxygen Engine critical.
What I need to do is get these gases back down in temperature because yeah, volatile's completely empty. Fuck. Growing food. Composter. No, that does produce some nitrogen and volatiles, but I don't think it's producing enough. My big volatile production is when I turn that biomass into charcoal. And to remove that furnace out of that, that's losing us. Nicely, that turned itself off again. That would be losing us so much power. You're talking about these ones. See, the funny thing on that is I was originally throwing in both, and then everyone's like, no, that doesn't matter what people say. These ones only work in no atmosphere.
Waste tank caution.
I mean, part of why I was built this out more is for room for rads. See, to me, it doesn't matter that they produce a little less power during the day because of the fact that we've got the solar panels during the day. The solar panels make up for what is lost in the day. Hey, Moon Man. can do it right where I can push the gas fast enough, I might be able to. You know what? Experiment time. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Hi. Actually, I think I need to go a little farther out than that, but yes, I do. I kinda just need to do my own fucking testing here, because if I don't, people are just gonna be a pain in my ass! One thing's for sure, we are definitely the sarcastic generation. What I'm thinking is work out the one that's going to be doing better, and then from there this is the part that gets a little weird about it. Mars doesn't exactly have a thick atmosphere. Right, gotta kind of do it that way. Setting this up for experimentation purposes, so it doesn't need to look good. This gas is going in there at
Hydration critical.
I mean, I'm also not hitting this at full force right now. Like, you laugh there, Queen, but it's... I'm sorry. That synced up to what I was looking at the things. I'm kind of annoyed. Smartass! Just needs a couple more volatiles.
Oxygen critical.
I mean, Darkness, we get the system working properly, so my gas temperatures go down, and well, then it's just going to be a matter of time. Once we get the gas temperatures down enough there...
Pressure critical. Low pressure.
Shut up, Clarice. I know, I left my helmet open as I activated the airlock. But... we've got a lot of volatiles that we're kind of missing out on right now. Because it's going to space. Like, that's what the fireball is. So then, let's see about getting that. What's the odds you get it right? I know. We're looking at a constant like 400 degrees. So if we grab the more medium rads. I think it was Invar. That's not very many. What do I need for more Ingvar? Iron and nickel. Yeah, I don't have a lot of iron. Scratch that, it's all in a bag. Oh, and I've got all that iron over there. Okay.
Hunger caution.
Thank you for listening to Seaberg1000.com. To support our station, check out our web store on the site. We also have an eBay store. Search Seaberg Music Library, Inc.
Oh, do. And then we need to get it up to about 18. Or just over 18. 1.2. Okay, there's temp.
Power low.
I got it too warm, didn't I? Yeah, looks like it. There we go. Slow release that. 200 grams of Invar. Go away, Norton. I knew the ending was coming up. Unless you're gonna pay me to use your service, I can't afford it. so many of those are not holding up. That gives me 10. 2 out there, so if I print off another 3. If I don't have enough cooling power there, there's something wrong. That's 15 mediums. That should give more than enough cooling potential. Technically, with the batteries being charged like they are, I could do with turning the system off. And letting it drain. Come to think of it. Because with... Oh yeah, with that much power, we're good on power for a bit. Just turn you off. Which means I might need to, you know, baby it a little when I turn it back on, but yeah. We have so much cooling potential for us that... Or sorry, production potential that this should be fine. Heck, it's probably at the point where it's even deleting seeds for me. Actually, speaking of the seeds, there we go. I got 3 packs of the sweetgrass on backup if need be. Okay. Seaberg, what happened? I just noticed you, like, up and quit. Okay, let's go check to see how the the cleaning of the cooling system's going. Or the other cooling system, I should say. This right now should, yep, it's clean, okay. No, it's not clean. Is this one broke again? I think I see what was happening. It was... Yeah. It was looping and it wasn't helping itself clean by looping because there's so little in there. Okay, we've almost got the system cleaned.
Hunger critical.
Once it's cleaned, we can start filling it properly again. Something tells me, yeah, a good chunk of it is extremely heat saturated. Yeah, we're really not pulling any heat, I think, out of the loop right now. Because it doesn't really have anywhere to dump it because the back one broke. It's almost there, that's why I don't want to head out. It's gotta work on the other system. I'm so glad I designed this with the essentially simple cleaning ideal. Because it makes it so much easier to deal with this. Come on. It does not need a summon beholder button. I know, patience is hard for you guys. All you kids with your tablets and instant gratification can't be patient. There we go. Now that'll start taking up the heat. There we go. That's going to start pulling heat out of there, which allows us to pull more heat out of here. And that should be coming down the line slowly but surely. Really shouldn't be leaving that on right now, but... and do that, which is going to push more of the liquid in here. There we go. Means this one should start to climb. Yep. Which has this one starting to climb. Which has this one. Yes. $300 room barrels. That would probably crash the game. You do realize this. That probably has the explosive capability to crash the game. Nice, freaking up there. Yeah, and we're starting to see a difference on the cold side again, too. Nice. I think it's going to...
Health low.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn that off for a bit. Let that run like that. Of course you would say worth it. Should be fine to close that. Open this side. I think I'm also gonna have to work out a way to get a better
Oxygen critical.
amount out of my I think we're gonna have to set up a chamber that more or less gets kind of pulled to vacuum for the water system. So I can constantly condense the water in that room. And then just have like a drain at the bottom. Wonder if the nuclear battery would act as a rune barrel. I mean, wouldn't it be the equivalent of like a fusion core in Fallout? And therefore work like when you get the perk for ejecting the fusion core out of the back of your power armor. Oh, that is a wrench as well. Okay. I'm gonna do it a little differently. I'm gonna swing it out this way. Which that should bring us to... That's a little long. That'll work. Because I'm gonna T here. And a one-way valve there. And then we're actually going to make our smokestack chimney. In case I need it. Which means I'm going to grab those. And I mean, I might as well, just for the sake of it, paint them to match the rest of the system. Because if nothing else, if we have to fire this, I gotta make sure it fires nice. There we go. That should help make quite the fireball. 3. That might be too much space. Mind you, at the same time, Huh, apparently some of these are just ever so slightly firing. You know what? Yeah, I was gonna go the route of spacing them out more. But I think I'll space them out more in this sense. Push the right buttons, it works better. There we go. The part that's going to suck here is likelihood is we are going to build up condensation in the system. Of course, that would be too far. 10? I think it was a 10. Yeah, it looks like it was a 10. Right, that tank is in the way. I know there's bigger pipes than that, but one, the 3 doesn't actually save you any pipes, and 2, if that pipe blows, that's a 3 that you gotta replace. That's 3 pipes you gotta replace, not 1. Okay. Change out those engines for warp cores. I don't think I will. Well, how's it looking? How's it looking? Open the door. We're slowly increasing in heat. Means so far so good. We're definitely staying. Yeah, I think the pipes themselves are maybe starting to burn a little, but it's fine. Why do I feel like the system went out inside? No, we're up a temp. Okay. We might just have it working. pipe is warming up. But that's fine. I mean, heck, if that gas is going to come in at negative 32 during the night, that'll help chill the rest of the system. I think what's going to happen is it's going to work on creeping up. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as bad as it was. Negative 31. Negative 20. Yeah, that might just... It might just be enough. We're 30 there. Okay, so we're like 30 here, yet over here we're negative 20. So, yeah, we might have it. This might just have the cooling potential needed. Which of course means I've got all that. All those other gases. And I'm definitely gonna need to deal with my CO2. Yeah, the system has way too much CO2. Say this thing's gonna get to the point here real soon of where it's way too much CO2. It's trying its darndest. Okay, so now... It's Joe! Hi, Joe! Alright, so now that we got that settled, that should lead us to having... That should run the system for a bit. Cycling out the gas that's in the base. We're still just ever so slightly fighting with that. Well, honestly, kind of get away with that, which that in itself should help alleviate a lot of the stress and give the plants more to eat. And I mean, with having the engines down, we only went through 3 large batteries on the station. That's not bad. That is not bad in the slightest.
Hydration critical.
And the base is requiring 20 kilowatts, and we're producing just shy of 40. I think we're good on that aspect.
Oxygen critical.
I think it now is down to... Well, first I want to check those lines. Now that it's daytime. Because daytime is when most of the heat is. Yeah, those lines are getting way too hot again. That is going to be taking this base up in temperature. Yeah, it's still creeping over here. And that was with 15 of the goddamn things. Mind you, to be fair, I am dealing with trying to cool down gas that's 570 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, I guess I do have a little bit of work here. But do I maybe have enough cooling back here? That's able to make that up. In all honesty, probably not, but hey. We can try. Hope is, yeah, the more I pump into this last loop here, looks like the more the cold side is dropping. This is not dropping very fast. Yeah, the fact that these ones here are not very different in temperature is not good. Let that run for a bit like that. Hopefully that'll help. Just let me think here. What would be our next plan? I mean, I could try to throw that gas itself through a bunch of all these mixed gases. I could try to throw them through a rad system, but my pressures are way too high. I'd have issues with liquidizing the piping. that's not going to cool much because the room itself isn't. Ah, right, okay. It's like, wait. I mean... I'm not sure what I can... Cooling down that room itself would probably go a long way. I don't get why that keeps turning itself off, but okay. None of us ran for a while, too. In the daytime, it's not keeping up. But at night, here, what are we looking at? Yeah, it's gotten even worse. Yep, that's just no. Probably put like a... I have this strange feeling that if I had a flame up there, it would have lit. Don't think the rads were letting enough gas through too. I now want to go test that theory.
Waste tank caution.
Are we going to light? Really? There we go. Okay,
Hunger caution. Oxygen low.
other ways we can possibly... get our system running properly. There we go. Wait, did my tower go out? No, not quite. Okay. Ah. I can't really go in that room right now. My suit's charging. I don't get why this keeps turning off, though. It should very much be at a point where it can't keep up. I also don't like how the system really hasn't really done too good well cleaning itself out, but we've had a lot of problems recently, so that doesn't surprise me. That's still all pressurizing in that. Let's work on cleaning up here, so I'm like... God damn. What would the higher-ups say if they came here? I forgot I had 2 tanks in there that I made before, accidentally. those can go there. Those can go there. Those go back there. This is where all my ores are supposed to, or not ores, but ingots are supposed to be stored, but, well, you can see what happened there. Oh, that might have started back up again? It has. Yay! I do find it weird how it looks like it's all coming down. Like, heat rises, so that should be like shooting up. Oh. I mean, you gotta admit, that's pretty cool. Yes, I am losing a lot of volatiles with that, but it is essentially dealing with my heat. And with the fact that it can self-ignite, that just kind of shows you how much heat it's got.
Oxygen critical.
It's just, you know, casual 40 degrees Celsius there. Damn, nothing really coming in there. Did I? No, I did not leave that open. Good. How are we looking? Yeah, we're... I think we're slowly but surely pulling the heat out of the system. It's just a matter of getting this one back to where it needs to be. You know, I almost think this system would benefit from a... What is it? The condenser? Because, I mean, end of the day, this one's just right twisted around. Mind you, if I can get it to where it's, you know, 2 kilojoules of heat extraction. Just constantly. Right, that was the other one I needed to do. I needed to turn that off so I can be pumping more fluids in here. Fluids equal heat. Heat needs to escape so we can get more cold gas. Which means like if I can get this loop to stay essentially around what ambient temperature is in the atmosphere, that would be great. Which I... Yeah, I cannot get cold enough to freeze pollutant from atmosphere. I'm looking at top end -50. So... This is still coming out of the unit at 34, but... Yeah, we got some cooling potential right now. think, yeah. I might. I might have it where I want it. I mean, this temperature here isn't really changing, but that's no surprise. I don't think it wants to get any colder. Which is funny. But I mean, hey, that's already... Yeah, that's already helping chain. Pulling just a little bit more heat out of that side. Fireball. It's weird. That system does not have a lot of pressure behind it. And of course it won't let me actually hook to there. Actually, I know how I can do that, and it should work fine without messing with it too much. right now, that's probably one of my better routes to go.
Thank you for listening to Seaberg1000.com. To support our station, check out our web store on the site. We also have an eBay
Yeah,
store.
see, this whole
Search
system
Seaberg
builds
Music
up
Library
pressure.
link.
The rods are too much resistance. Okay, so then, if those are too much resistance, and that's probably where a big part of my problem lies. Steel and gold. Those are the ones I want, right? Yes. That should be about 450. Now we let the pressure drop. While we're letting the pressure drop, we go up top and grab some gold. Yeah, I feel like our issue is resistance based. Just once I do that, I have So, we're going to test that theory. Because if we can get cooler gases by changing this out for the pipe rads, then we're laughing. There's a bunch of steel. I mean, I haven't been using that body bag to help keep putting the ores into the chute. I don't know what you guys are talking about. There we go. Let that run. Print off a bunch of stuff there for us. Yeah, right now as it sits, those tanks are not sitting well. Did we reignite yet? Nope. That's gotta have so much stuff being ran through it. Like, god damn. I do find it funny. It can actually keep itself lit. Well, that one worked well. Eh. Give me the flare. Thank you. Really? Okay then, I'll let that build up for a bit. It should have more than enough potential to light. Really? I wonder if I can just push that just a little bit more. Oh, that might be our big issue right now. Yeah, that would be a pretty bad issue. Funny enough, it's our volatiles that's the holdup. Okay, so rip all that out. Build our cool rad loop with like essentially no resistance in it. Also means it can be a loop. Which actually ends up being tighter too. angry pipe noises go away.
Hunger caution.
Really? Another storm right now?
Hydration critical.
Okay. I still had a couple stacks on me of those. Okay. I'm still gonna need more. I can see it now. Darkness is gonna be like, oh, Rex is using one more pipe tactic again. But this time it's within. It's all part of the master plan. And yes, there is a master plan here. Part of my issue is the gas building up, I think, because it wasn't getting through the pipes, the medium rats fast enough. So, if we go about it this way, we shouldn't have any resistance. rads themselves shouldn't be adding any resistance. We're just more or less making the line that it's got to travel longer. Okay, that just looks like... Yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry, YouTube hiccup there. Pulled my attention. If I need to, I can make a little loop here, but I don't know if I need that much cooling. Like, yeah, that's already dropping massively and rather quickly. It's going into this loop at what? 300?
Oxygen low.
That sounds like the printer stopped. Yeah, it used up all the gold. Okay. And I'm not even halfway done that ride. Okay.
Oxygen low. Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
So then... I mean, it's still very much going up in pressure. Mind you, saying that, if it's getting backed up, honestly, that I think needs to be set up like that. That way, any of the resistance that happens back here can continue to cool.
Hunger critical.
I mean, that's got us a nice heated bed. Yeah, I think the system's barely running at this point. We have a system that is very reliant on the amount of volatiles in the system. And right now, that's not a very good amount. So I think we're just gonna have to let that cool. Oh, did we? I think we actually backed up on charcoal. Which, I mean, that was one of the things I was going to need to address too. I just got very much sidetracked on the heat. Because the heat stops us from producing plants, which then stops us from surviving. So, yeah. Which, in all fairness, too, as this gas comes down in pressure, which is going to have a hard time doing with all that CO2 in there, unless I start getting that cleaned a lot faster. The system itself is going to have less gas, the easier it is to cool. But yeah, guys, we do need to call it here. I know I usually do a end of stream, like, explosion and all, but I did run a little long with A, the storm, and B, finishing that rad loop where it was. So, sadly, I'm going to call it there, but we do have that fire tower now, so that is a thing. So, guys, we will be back later on tonight, 6 p.m. EST for who knows what. Till then, guys, don't forget, like, subscribe, follow, push all the buttons, hell, join the Discord. If you haven't yet, I know everyone has a preference, but we do stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so consider giving us some love on the other side. But we will see you next time. Bye bye.